Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Mystery of Time Turners. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated the mysteries of time, long before wizards fully understood the delicate nature of temporal magic, there existed a fascination with manipulating the unstoppable flow of hours and minutes. The Time Turner, perhaps the most enigmatic magical device ever created by wizardkind, represents the culmination of this ancient obsession with time itself. In the quietest corner of the Department of Mysteries, behind doors that remain perpetually locked to all but the most trusted unspeakables, researchers have devoted centuries to understanding the fluid nature of time. Their work, shrouded in necessary secrecy, eventually led to the creation of small, seemingly innocent golden devices, delicate hourglasses suspended within rotating rings that catch and reflect candlelight with hypnotic beauty. Imagine holding such an object in your palm, the cool metal against your skin, the shifting sands within the glass catching the light with every subtle movement. Each time turner represents thousands of hours of magical research, countless experimental failures, and breakthrough moments that changed our understanding of what magic can achieve. Their creation required not only exceptional wand work, but also a profound philosophical understanding of time's true nature. The earliest time turners appeared in the late medieval period, though historical records remain deliberately vague about their precise origins. What we do know is that their creation coincided with significant advances in magical theory regarding the nature of existence itself. The wizard Horatio Callahan is often credited with the first functional prototype, though some historical accounts suggest his work built upon experiments conducted by an unnamed witch from Constantinople decades earlier. Time turners operate on principles that challenge our most fundamental understanding of reality. Unlike most magical objects that merely alter the physical world, time turners fold the fabric of existence itself, creating a temporary pathway between present and past. The golden rings that encircle the central hourglass are inscribed with ancient runes representing cycles, infinity, and return, symbols that help focus and direct the powerful temporal magic contained within. The sand within each time turner's hourglass is not ordinary sand, but rather a substance sometimes called time dust, a mysterious material harvested from places where magical energies have distorted time's normal flow. Some speculate it originates from locations where powerful time-based spells have been cast repeatedly, while others believe it forms naturally in places where magical ley lines intersect. Whatever its source, this glittering substance forms the core of the time turner's power, each grain representing a moment that can be revisited. Using a time turner requires both precision and caution. The wearer places the delicate gold chain around their neck, ensuring the hourglass hangs freely. With a gentle touch, they rotate the outer ring, each complete turn representing 1 hour to be traversed backward. As the final turn completes, the world around the user seems to blur and race backward in a dizzying display of color and movement that few have witnessed, and even fewer have properly described. In mere seconds, though seconds loses meaning in such circumstances, the user finds themselves hours in the past, watching events unfold that have, from one perspective, already happened. What makes time turners truly extraordinary is not merely their ability to transport a witch or wizard backward in time, but the complex enchantments that protect the timeline from catastrophic paradoxes. The magic within the device creates what theorists call a closed temporal loop, ensuring that what has happened will happen, and preventing users from creating contradictions that might tear the fabric of reality itself. This protective limitation explains why time turners cannot be used to alter events already experienced by the user. The magic simply will not allow it. The creation of each time turner requires exceptional skill in multiple magical disciplines. Arithmancers calculate the precise numerical values needed for each turn of the rings. Rune specialists inscribe microscopic symbols into the gold bands that stabilize the temporal magic. Potion masters prepare the binding agents that permanently fix the enchantments to the physical form. And at the center of the creation process stands a wizard or witch of exceptional power who must cast the final spell sequence, a closely guarded secret known only to those who have taken unbreakable vows to protect it. Despite their power, or perhaps because of it, time turners have always been strictly regulated by wizarding authorities. The British Ministry of Magic maintained the largest known collection, stored in a heavily warded chamber within the Department of Mysteries. Access was granted only under exceptional circumstances, and with multiple layers of approval from senior ministry officials. Most time turners remained unused, studied only by unspeakables attempting to unravel the deeper mysteries of time itself. The rarity of time turners speaks to both their complexity of creation and the inherent dangers they represent. Even the most carefully used time turner carries risks: physical dangers to the user from improper temporal displacement, psychological disorientation from experiencing the same events multiple times, and the ever-present possibility of causing irreparable damage to the timeline. These risks explain why most magical governments worldwide have enacted strict regulations controlling time magic in all its forms. As you contemplate the nature of these remarkable devices, consider how a single golden hourglass can represent both the pinnacle of magical achievement and a profound philosophical question. If we could revisit the hours of our lives, would we truly understand time any better, or would we simply discover that time's greatest mystery lies not in its passage, but in how we experience each precious moment within it? Chapter 2. The Creation and Design of Time Turners. Golden light dances across ancient tomes in a hidden workshop, where the hands of master craftsmen once labored to capture time itself within delicate metal and glass. The creation of a time turner represents one of the most sophisticated achievements in magical artifice, combining theoretical brilliance with extraordinary technical precision. The journey to create a single time turner begins not at a craftsman's bench, but in the minds of theoretical magic researchers. For centuries, wizard philosophers debated whether time was a river flowing in one direction or a vast ocean where all moments exist simultaneously. These seemingly abstract questions formed the foundation upon which practical time magic would eventually be built. The breakthrough came when magical theorists proposed that time behaves as neither river nor ocean, but rather as a tapestry, each thread connected to countless others, able to be gently adjusted without unraveling the entire pattern. The physical crafting of a time turner requires materials of exceptional magical sensitivity. The outer rings are forged from goblin-refined gold, mined specifically from veins that have absorbed ambient magic for centuries. This gold possesses unique properties that allow it to bend slightly outside normal physical laws, a necessary quality for an object meant to manipulate time itself. Master goldsmiths heat this special metal to precisely 787 degrees, a temperature determined through complex arithmetic calculations to maximize its temporal receptivity. As you envision this delicate crafting process, imagine the workshop where these extraordinary devices take form. The air shimmers with protective enchantments. Windows are covered to prevent even moonlight from interfering with the delicate spellwork, and every tool has been purified through 7 successive magical cleansings. Crafts wizards work in complete silence, communicating only through predetermined hand gestures, as even a whispered word could disrupt the sensitive temporal harmonies being established. The hourglass at the center of each time turner contains the device's most mysterious component, time sand. This is not merely symbolic. Each grain represents a condensed moment, harvested through a process so specialized that only 3 living wizards are believed to understand it fully. The sand's distinctive golden color comes from its unique magical properties, and when properly enchanted, each grain can store the magical equivalent of a temporal coordinate. The glass that contains this precious substance must be blown by wandless magic, as the influence of a wand's magical core could contaminate the temporal purity. Every symbol etched into a time-turner's golden rings serves a specific magical purpose. The runes for cycle, return, and preserve create the basic framework for temporal movement. Microscopic astronomical symbols representing planetary alignments anchor the device to cosmic time rather than local time, and hidden beneath these visible markings lie even more subtle enchantments, protective spells that prevent paradoxes, stabilizing charms that protect the user's physical form during transition, and complex arithmetic equations that ensure precise temporal positioning. The final stage in creating a time turner involves a synchronized casting by 7 specialized wizards, each focusing on a different aspect of the device's function. This ritual typically takes place during specific astronomical alignments that occur only a few times each year, explaining the extreme rarity of these magical artifacts. During this culminating ceremony, the time turner briefly glows with an otherworldly light as it becomes untethered from normal temporal constraints before settling into its final functional form. Despite the extraordinary skill required to create time turners, the true artistry lies in their elegant design. Each component serves both practical and theoretical purposes, and nothing is included merely for decoration. The chain allows the device to rest against the user's magical aura, creating a connection that extends the time turner's protective enchantments to the wearer. The rotating mechanism is calibrated to require deliberate movement, preventing accidental activation. Even the distinctive sound, a soft whirring followed by a gentle chime, serves as a warning that temporal magic has been activated. The crafting of these remarkable devices reached its peak in the late 17th century, during what magical historians call the Golden Age of Temporal Artifice. This period saw unprecedented collaboration between theoretical magicians, crafts wizards, and arithmancers from across Europe. The time turners produced during this era are considered the most refined ever created, and most remaining examples date from this period. While later attempts to improve upon these designs occurred, they generally failed to match the perfect balance of form and function achieved during this remarkable period. As time magic fell under increasingly strict regulation, the art of time turner creation gradually faded. By the early 20th century, only a handful of wizards remained who understood the complete crafting process, and they were bound by magical oaths to share their knowledge only with carefully selected apprentices. The Department of Mysteries maintained not only a collection of time turners, but also the complete theoretical framework for their creation, knowledge considered too dangerous to destroy yet too powerful to use freely. What would it be like to witness the creation of these miraculous devices? To stand in the silent workshop as master crafts wizards pour centuries of accumulated magical knowledge into a single, delicate object. Perhaps the true wonder of the time turner lies not in what it allows us to do, but in what it represents. The remarkable ability of wizard kind to understand and interact with the fundamental forces that shape our reality. As the golden light fades from our imagination of these ancient workshops, consider this: what other fundamental aspects of our universe might yield to magical understanding if approached with the same patience, brilliance, and respect that allowed wizards to hold time itself in the palm of their hand. Chapter 3. The Magic Behind Time Turner Functionality. Magical theory whispers its secrets through the ages, telling tales of how wizards learned to bend reality itself. Within the gleaming curves of a time turner lies some of the most sophisticated magic ever devised, enchantments that work in harmonious concert to perform what many consider impossible, allowing a witch or wizard to step backward through the flowing river of time. The fundamental magic that powers a time turner draws upon several distinct magical disciplines, interwoven with such complexity that even master wizards struggle to comprehend the entirety of its function. At its core, temporal magic operates on principles vastly different from other forms of enchantment. While most spells affect physical matter or energy, temporal magic interacts with the very fabric of reality, the unseen dimensions that connect all existence across the continuum of time. When activated, a time-turner generates what magical theorists call a temporal displacement field that envelops the user completely. This field exists simultaneously in two time periods, the present moment and the destination time in the past. As the hourglass turns, ancient enchantments within the device calculate the precise temporal coordinates based on the number of rotations, creating an invisible pathway between these 2 points in time. The sensation users describe, a rushing backward motion as the world blurs around them, represents the conscious mind's limited ability to perceive this extraordinary transition. The golden sand within the time-turner's hourglass serves as more than merely a symbolic representation of passing time. Each grain contains concentrated temporal energy, harvested through a process so specialized and dangerous that few wizards have ever witnessed it. This rare substance responds to the rotational movement of the outer rings, releasing carefully measured amounts of temporal energy with each turn. The sand's soft golden glow, barely perceptible under normal conditions, intensifies during activation as it releases this extraordinary power. Imagine for a moment the invisible forces at work when a time-turner operates. Layers of enchantment unfold around the user like translucent veils, each one corresponding to a different aspect of temporal manipulation. The first layer, activated by the initial touch of a witch or wizard's magic, prepares the device by establishing what temporal theorists call causal anchoring, a magical process that prevents the user from becoming untethered in time. The second layer, triggered by rotation of the rings, calculates the precise temporal displacement. And the third layer, perhaps most remarkable of all, creates a stable connection between the user's magical core and their physical form in the destination time. Essential to understanding time-turner functionality is the concept of temporal resonance. Every moment in time has a unique magical signature, a combination of cosmic, terrestrial, and personal magical forces present at that specific point. Time-turners are enchanted to detect and replicate these signatures with extraordinary precision, allowing them to locate exact moments in the past. This explains why users arrive at precisely the same location they departed from, merely at an earlier time. The device locks onto the specific temporal spatial coordinates through resonance matching. The protective enchantments woven into every time-turner represent some of the most sophisticated defensive magic ever created. These protections serve dual purposes, safeguarding the user from the potentially devastating physical effects of temporal displacement and preventing catastrophic disruption to the timeline itself. The primary protection, known to temporal theorists as the causality preservation charm, subtly influences the user's actions to prevent paradoxical outcomes, a magical nudge toward choices that maintain the integrity of established events. Time-turners operate on what magical philosophers call closed-loop temporality, the principle that any action taken by a time traveler has always been part of the timeline. This isn't merely a theoretical constraint, but a fundamental magical limitation built into the device itself. The enchantments within a time-turner will not function if the intended use would create a paradox that violates established events. This limitation explains why time-turners cannot be used to change the past in conventional terms. They only allow participation in events that have, from a certain perspective, already included the time traveler's presence. The distinctive movement of time's flow during time-turner use, events appearing to happen in reverse around the user, represents one of the device's most elegant magical features. Rather than simply transporting the user instantaneously to a past moment, the time-turner creates a controlled temporal regression, allowing the user's consciousness to maintain continuity throughout the transition. This carefully calibrated experience prevents the mental disorientation that uncontrolled temporal displacement would cause, though many users still report momentary dizziness, as their mind adjusts to its new temporal position. Perhaps most remarkable is how time turners interact with personal magical aura. Each wizard and witch possesses a unique magical signature, a combination of innate qualities and developed abilities that forms their magical identity. When a time turner is used, it creates a perfect temporal duplicate of this signature, ensuring that the user's magic functions normally in the past. This duplication explains why a wizard in the past encounters no magical interference from their future self's presence. The time turner perfectly harmonizes the two instances of the same magical core. The stability of time turner magic relies on what unspeakables call temporal convergence, the natural tendency of time to resist division and maintain a single coherent timeline. Rather than creating branches or alternate realities, time turner magic works within time's natural flow, creating stable loops where future and past remain part of the same consistent timeline. This property makes time turners uniquely useful among temporal magic devices, as they operate without risking the dangerous splintering of reality that other forms of time manipulation might cause. As the golden hourglass catches the light, reflecting endless possibilities within its delicate form, consider this question: if the magic of time turners reveals that our past and future exist in perfect harmony, each moment influencing and being influenced by every other in an unbroken circle, what does this tell us about the true nature of our choices and the paths our lives take through the ever-flowing river of time? Chapter 4: Rules and Limitations of Time Travel. The ancient wisdom of wizardkind has always recognized that with great power comes necessary constraint. Nowhere is this philosophy more evident than in the carefully established boundaries surrounding magical time travel. As moonlight filters through enchanted windows, let us explore the intricate rules and limitations that govern the use of time turners, restrictions born not from arbitrary caution, but from profound understanding of time's delicate nature. The most fundamental limitation of time turner travel stems from what temporal theorists call causality preservation, the principle that events which have already been experienced cannot be altered. This isn't merely a guideline but an immutable magical constraint built into every time turner. The enchantments within these devices simply will not function if the intended purpose would create a paradox that violates established events. Many inexperienced users initially misunderstand this limitation, believing time turners could be used to undo tragedies or prevent mistakes. The sobering reality is that any action taken by a time traveler has always been part of the original timeline. What seems like change is merely the fulfillment of what was always meant to occur. Perhaps the most widely known practical restriction is the 5-hour limit imposed on standard ministry-approved time turners. This constraint wasn't chosen arbitrarily, but rather established through careful observation of the physiological effects of temporal displacement on the human body. Research conducted by Unspeakables revealed that journeys beyond 5 hours significantly increased the risk of temporal dissonance, a dangerous condition where the wizard's magical core begins to exist simultaneously in multiple temporal states, potentially leading to permanent magical damage. While experimental models allowing longer journeys have been created, they require additional protective enchantments and are typically reserved for Department of Mysteries research rather than practical application. The physical scope of time turner travel presents another significant limitation. Users can only travel backward in time, never forward beyond their original departure point. This asymmetrical functionality reflects a fundamental property of magical time manipulation. The past exists as a fixed reality that can be revisited, while the future remains unformed potential until it becomes present. Attempts to enchant devices for forward temporal travel have universally failed, often with catastrophic consequences for the experimental subjects. This immutable constraint means that a time turner user must live through all intervening hours again to return to their original temporal position, a requirement that poses both practical challenges and potential risks. Spatial limitations also govern time turner functionality. When a witch or wizard activates the device, they remain in precisely the same physical location, merely transported backward in time. This anchoring to spatial coordinates prevents users from combining time travel with teleportation, a limitation that has frustrated many who imagined using time turners to witness distant historical events. The theoretical principles behind this constraint involve the complex interaction between space-time coordinates and personal magical signatures, making combined spatial-temporal displacement exponentially more dangerous than either form of magical travel alone. The Ministry of Magic enforced strict regulations regarding spatial boundaries for authorized time turner use. Users were typically restricted to remaining within specific geographical areas, often a single building or campus, to minimize the risk of accidental encounters with their past selves or other potential temporal complications. These boundaries were not merely bureaucratic restrictions but practical safety measures, as repeated studies showed that the further a time traveler moved from their arrival point, the greater the strain on the temporal stability of their journey. Perhaps the most sobering limitation surrounding time turner use comes from the documented psychological effects of extended temporal duplication. Witches and wizards, who frequently utilize time turners, often report symptoms, including temporal disorientation, memory conflation, and in severe cases, dissociative episodes, where they momentarily lose clarity about which temporal version of themselves they currently embody. The Department of Mysteries maintained confidential records of several cases where extensive time turner users experienced persistent magical instability, requiring specialized treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital. These psychological risks explain why even approved time turner users were carefully monitored and typically limited to specific durations of use. The single timeline constraint represents another fundamental limitation of time turner magic. Unlike speculative theories about alternate realities or branching timelines, all documented evidence from time turner use confirms the existence of a single, consistent timeline where past, present, and future exist in unbroken continuity. This property explains why users cannot create contradictions or alternative outcomes. The universe simply does not permit such paradoxes to form. Some magical philosophers suggest this limitation reflects not a restriction of the devices themselves, but rather the fundamental nature of reality that even the most powerful magic cannot overcome. International regulations surrounding temporal magic add further practical limitations to time turner use. The International Confederation of Wizards established the Temporal Magic Accord of 1899, creating standardized restrictions that prevent temporal interference across international boundaries. Under these regulations, time turners cannot be transported across national borders without specialized permits, and their use to observe or interact with events in foreign territories is strictly prohibited without prior diplomatic authorization. These political constraints, while seemingly arbitrary, prevent potential temporal conflicts that could arise from different nations' varying approaches to temporal magic regulation. The creation of new time turners became increasingly restricted throughout the 20th century, adding a practical limitation of scarcity to these already tightly controlled devices. By the 1950s, the British Ministry of Magic had ceased commissioning new time turners entirely, relying solely on their existing collection housed in the Department of Mysteries. This decision came partially from safety concerns, but also reflected growing philosophical questions about whether temporal manipulation, even under strict limitations, was an appropriate application of magical power. The resulting rarity of functional time turners meant that even theoretically permissible uses often remained practically impossible due to limited availability. Perhaps most intriguing are the theoretical limitations that remain unconfirmed, boundaries suggested by magical researchers, but never definitively established due to the inherent dangers of experimentation. Some temporal theorists propose the existence of fixed points, moments of such magical or historical significance that they resist any form of temporal manipulation. Others suggest that certain individuals possess natural temporal immunity that would prevent time turner effects from fully encompassing them. These hypothetical limitations remain subjects of debate among Department of Mysteries researchers, existing at the boundary between established magical knowledge and the vast unknown that continues to fascinate magical scholars. As the candlelight flickers across ancient tomes, documenting these temporal boundaries, consider this question: if the limitations on time travel reflect not merely practical safety concerns, but fundamental properties of our universe, what might this reveal about the true nature of time itself? Is it truly a river that flows in one direction, or something far more mysterious that we have only begun to understand? Chapter 5. The Ministry of Magic's Regulation of Time Turners. Through gilded corridors and behind enchanted doors, the Ministry of Magic has long maintained one of its most solemn responsibilities: the careful regulation of temporal magic. As caretakers of these extraordinary devices, the Ministry developed a complex framework of laws, protocols, and safeguards that evolved over centuries, each refinement reflecting hard-won wisdom about the delicate nature of time itself. The British Ministry's oversight of time turners began in earnest during the early 16th century, when the first consistently reliable temporal devices emerged from experimental workshops. Initially, temporal magic fell under the broad purview of the Department of Mysteries, where early unspeakables documented the unpredictable consequences of unregulated time travel. These cautionary records, bound in midnight blue leather and sealed with silver locks, contain accounts of wizards who inadvertently erased their own existence, created temporal storms that affected entire communities, or returned from brief journeys having aged decades in what felt like moments. These sobering incidents led to the establishment of the Temporal Magic Authority in 1591, a specialized division within the Department of Mysteries dedicated exclusively to understanding and controlling time-related magic. This authority, composed of the most discreet and knowledgeable temporal specialists, created the first comprehensive registry of all known time turners. Their initial census identified 43 devices scattered throughout Britain, many in private hands, and subject to little or no oversight. The subsequent effort to bring these powerful artifacts under ministry control sparked a decades-long effort that combined diplomatic persuasion, generous compensation, and in some cases, necessary confiscation. By the dawn of the 17th century, the ministry had established what would become known as the Time Turner Vault, a specially constructed chamber deep within the Department of Mysteries. Picture this remarkable space: circular walls of polished obsidian inscribed with temporal stabilization runes that shimmer with subtle blue light, a ceiling enchanted to display the current alignment of celestial bodies that influence temporal magic, and at the center, individually warded pedestals where each time turner rests when not in authorized use. The air within this vault feels somehow different, denser yet more vibrant, as though time itself flows differently here. The formal codification of time turner regulations came with the Temporal Magic Control Act of 1692, coinciding with the establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy. This comprehensive legislation established three fundamental principles that would guide ministry policy for centuries to come. First, that all temporal magic devices must remain under direct ministry oversight. Second, that their use would be permitted only for specific approved purposes deemed beneficial to wizarding society. And third, that violations of temporal regulations would be treated as serious magical offenses carrying severe penalties. The bureaucratic structure governing time turner use evolved into what insiders called the Three Seals system. Any request to access a time turner required approval from three separate authorities, the department directly overseeing the intended use, such as the Department of Magical Education for academic applications, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to verify compliance with temporal laws, and finally, the unspeakables within the Department of Mysteries who assessed magical safety considerations. This deliberately cumbersome process ensured that only the most carefully considered applications would receive approval. Throughout the 18th century, the ministry gradually refined its policies regarding acceptable uses for time turners. Early records show authorized applications primarily limited to Department of Mysteries research and occasional use by high-ranking officials during magical emergencies. However, by the late 1700s, The ministry established precedents for limited use in specific academic contexts, particularly for advanced magical research at institutions like Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. These educational exemptions remained exceedingly rare, requiring extensive documentation, multiple character references, and magical oaths from recipients. The physical security measures protecting the Time Turner collection represented some of the ministry's most sophisticated magical defenses. Beyond the standard enchantments protecting ministry departments, the Time Turner Vault incorporated unique temporal wards that existed partially outside normal time flow, making them particularly resistant to conventional magical tampering. Access to the vault required not only magical authorization, but also precise timing. The entrance would only materialize during specific minutes of each hour, determined by complex arithmetic calculations that changed daily. Unspeakables tasked with vault security underwent specialized training to navigate these temporal security measures. Ministry regulation extended beyond mere physical security to include comprehensive monitoring of all authorized Time Turner use. Each device contained subtle tracking enchantments that recorded every activation, the temporal distance traveled, and the magical signature of the user. These records were automatically transcribed into bound ledgers within the Department of Mysteries, reviewed daily by dedicated unspeakables who watched for any irregularities or potential misuse. This constant vigilance allowed the ministry to maintain an unbroken chain of accountability for every official temporal journey undertaken. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of ministry regulation was the strictly enforced policy of temporal non-interference. All authorized Time Turner users received detailed briefings on what the ministry termed temporal ethics, the complex moral considerations surrounding time travel. These guidelines emphasized observation over intervention and stressed the importance of maintaining temporal continuity. Users signed magically binding agreements acknowledging that certain actions while using a Time Turner, particularly those aimed at altering established events, would trigger immediate ministry intervention and potentially serious legal consequences. The Department of Mysteries maintained a specialized response team known informally as Chronos Guards, unspeakables with particular expertise in addressing temporal incidents. These highly trained specialists stood ready to respond at a moment's notice to any detection of unauthorized Time Turner use or temporal anomalies. Their methods remained largely classified, but historical records reference their ability to contain temporal disturbances, retrieve unauthorized time travelers, and when necessary, perform carefully calibrated memory modifications to preserve temporal stability. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, ministry policies evolved to address emerging magical developments and changing social conditions. The Temporal Magic Refinement Act of 1853 established clearer categories of permitted use, including provisions for historical research under strict supervision. Later, the Educational Time Management Exception of 1921 created the specific framework that would eventually allow exceptional Hogwarts students to use Time Turners for academic purposes, though this provision would not be actively implemented until decades later, and even then only in extraordinary circumstances. As ministry oversight of temporal magic matured, the philosophical underpinnings of their approach became increasingly sophisticated. Rather than viewing Time Turners simply as powerful devices requiring containment, later regulatory frameworks reflected a nuanced understanding of time as a fundamental magical force, similar to but distinct from the elemental forces governed by other ministry departments. This perspective informed increasingly subtle approaches to regulation, focusing less on rigid prohibitions and more on harmonizing temporal magic with natural temporal flows. As the golden light fades from our exploration of these intricate regulatory systems, consider this question: in creating such elaborate protections around the magic of time, does the ministry reveal not just prudent caution, but perhaps a deeper wisdom about the proper relationship between wizard kind and the fundamental forces that govern our existence? Chapter 6. Notable Time Turner Users Throughout History. Through the mists of wizarding history, certain individuals stand apart for their extraordinary interactions with the magic of time itself. Their stories, some celebrated in historical texts, others whispered only among Department of Mysteries archivists, reveal not only the remarkable potential of time-turners, but also the profound responsibilities and consequences that accompany temporal travel. Perhaps the earliest documented time-turner user was Eloise Mintumble, a Department of Mysteries researcher, whose tragic experience in 1899 shaped ministry policy for generations to come. On a winter morning, Mintumble embarked on what was intended to be a carefully controlled 5-hour journey to observe specific magical phenomena that had occurred earlier that day. Instead, through circumstances still partially classified in ministry records, she became trapped 5 centuries in the past. For 5 days, Mintumble existed in the year 1399, before a rescue team of unspeakables managed to retrieve her through extraordinarily complex temporal magic. Imagine the scene of her return: a specialized chamber in the Department of Mysteries, walls lined with temporal stabilization charms, glowing an eerie blue, as a team of the ministry's most talented witches and wizards maintained a continuous spell for 72 hours to create a stable temporal retrieval portal. When Mintumble finally emerged, witnesses reported she appeared to have aged centuries, her physical form unstable and partially transparent, as though her very existence had become temporally diffused. The consequences of Mintumble's unintended journey extended far beyond her personal tragedy. Her presence in the past inadvertently affected the timelines of 25 families, with descendants suddenly ceasing to exist as their ancestral lines were altered. Tuesday following her return lasted 2.5 days, while Thursday lasted barely 4 hours. Temporal disruptions that required extensive ministry intervention to stabilize. Most significantly, Mintumble herself died shortly after her return, her body having aged 5 centuries in biological terms, while her mind remained traumatized by temporal displacement. Her sacrifice led directly to the 5-hour maximum decree of 1899, which strictly limited the temporal distance permitted for all subsequent time-turner travel. In stark contrast to Mintumble's cautionary tale stands the remarkable work of Saul Croker, who served as the head unspeakable for temporal research from 1957 to 1982. Croker developed unprecedented mastery of controlled temporal observation, using a specially modified time-turner of his own design that allowed him to observe specific historical moments with minimal temporal disturbance. Unlike traditional users who physically traveled through time, Croker's innovation created what he termed temporal windows, stable viewpoints into the past, that allowed observation without physical presence. Croker's workspace in the Department of Mysteries became legendary among those few permitted to witness it. A circular chamber where ghostly images of historical moments hung suspended in the air like living portraits, each one a glimpse into a different time captured through his specialized temporal techniques. Through these windows, Croker documented previously unknown aspects of magical history, including the actual founding conversation between the 4 Hogwarts creators and the precise incantation sequence used in the creation of the first Philosopher's Stone. The constraints Croker placed upon his research demonstrated profound respect for temporal ethics. He established what became known as Croker's laws, principles that guided responsible temporal observation, including the fundamental rule that wizards must never be seen by their past or future selves, and that 5 hours remained the safe limit for standard temporal displacement. These guidelines, initially developed for his personal research, were later adopted as the foundation of the ministry's formal temporal ethics framework. Less well documented, but equally significant, were the contributions of Alexandria Turpin, who served as the ministry's chief time-turner guardian from 1920 to 1945. During the global wizarding war against Grindelwald, Turpin faced unprecedented challenges as dark wizards attempted to access the ministry's time-turner collection for tactical advantages. Under her direction, the entire collection was temporarily relocated to a secret facility beneath the White Cliffs of Dover, protected by enchantments so powerful that the location reportedly disappeared entirely from conventional space for 23 days each month, becoming accessible only during specific lunar phases. Turpin personally used a time turner only once during her tenure, yet this single use proved historically significant. When intelligence arrived concerning an imminent attack on a magical school housing refugee children, Turpin utilized a time turner to provide crucial hours for evacuation preparations. Her careful planning ensured that her temporal intervention remained consistent with established events, while still allowing for the successful relocation of 73 young witches and wizards before Grindelwald's forces arrived. This action established an important precedent for what the ministry later classified as preservation intervention, temporal actions that maintain rather than alter established outcomes. In scholarly circles, few time turner users are as respected as Theodora Ogden, whose meticulous temporal research during the 1970s revolutionized magical understanding of historical spell development. Granted special ministry dispensation to conduct limited temporal observation at specific historical junctures, Ogden documented the precise evolution of foundational magical techniques previously lost to history. Her specialized time turner, modified with additional recording enchantments, allowed her to transcribe exact wand movements and pronunciations from observations of historical spellcasters. Imagine Ogden's workspace in the quiet wing of the Department of Magical Education. Walls cover due with chronological charts, mapping spell evolution across centuries, enchanted quills automatically transcribing observations from her temporal journeys, and carefully organized memory vials containing her first-hand accounts of witnessing magical innovations that shaped modern spellcraft. Her published work, Temporal Observations on Transformative Magical Theory, remains required reading for master-level transfiguration students. Its insights derived from direct temporal observation of pioneering magical researchers. While most authorized time turner use occurred under ministry supervision, certain exceptional circumstances led to limited private authorization. Perhaps the most noteworthy case involved master healer Hippocrates Smethwick, who received temporary time turner privileges during the experimental treatment of previously incurable magical maladies. Working in a specially constructed temporal ward at St. Mungo's Hospital in the 1960s, Smethwick used carefully calculated time loops to administer treatment sequences that would have been impossible in linear time. The temporal healing chamber Smethwick established represented a remarkable innovation, a space where specific treatment beds existed in slightly different temporal phases, allowing a single healer to attend to critical moments in multiple treatment protocols simultaneously. Under Smethwick's direction, conditions previously considered fatal saw their first successful treatments, including cases of advanced dragonpox and temporal splinching injuries. However, the profound magical complexity and ethical questions surrounding temporal healing led to the program's discontinuation. After Smethwick's retirement, with his techniques preserved in sealed ministry archives, rather than general medical practice. No exploration of significant time turner users would be complete without acknowledging the curious case of Bertie Weasley, a ministry employee in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, who, in 1937, accidentally activated an unsecured time turner while reaching for his pocket watch. Weasley's unintended 5-hour temporal jump resulted in him attending the same international treaty negotiation twice, once as an observer and once as an active participant, replacing a colleague who had fallen ill in the intervening hours. This unique circumstance created what temporal theorists call a closed participation loop, where his knowledge from the first attendance directly influenced his actions during the second, resulting in a significantly improved treaty that benefited British magical interests for decades. Rather than punish Weasley for the unauthorized time turner use, the ministry classified his case as beneficial temporal serendipity and subsequently implemented improved security protocols for all temporal devices. The Weasley Protocol became standard training for all Department of Mysteries employees, emphasizing the importance of proper temporal device storage and the potential unintended consequences of casual temporal displacement. In more recent history, The most extensively documented time-turner use involved a young Hogwarts student granted exceptional permission to utilize a time-turner for academic purposes. While the Ministry keeps the specific details of this case confidential to protect the individual's privacy, authorized educational accounts confirm that this student successfully maintained an unprecedented course load through careful temporal management, attending overlapping classes by essentially being in two places at once. This remarkable educational application demonstrated the practical potential of strictly controlled temporal magic when used with appropriate caution and ethical consideration. As these stories fade into the gentle shadows of wizarding history, consider this question: what connects these diverse individuals across centuries of temporal exploration? Is it merely their interaction with remarkable magical devices, or perhaps something deeper about their relationship with time itself, a willingness to accept both the wonder and responsibility that comes with stepping outside time's normal flow? Chapter 7. Hermione Granger's use of a time-turner. Amidst the countless tales of time-turner use throughout wizarding history, one particular case stands out not for its extraordinary circumstances, but for its remarkable ordinariness. How a brilliant young witch navigated the complexities of temporal magic, while balancing the already challenging demands of magical education. The story of Hermione Granger's year with a time-turner offers us a uniquely intimate glimpse into the day-to-day reality of living partially outside time's normal flow. The autumn of 1993 began like any other at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students returned to the ancient castle. The Sorting Hat welcomed new first years, and class schedules were distributed throughout the 4 houses. Yet, for one particular third-year Gryffindor, the academic term would unfold in a manner unlike any experienced by her classmates. Hermione Granger, already known among professors for her exceptional academic dedication, had made an unprecedented request to enroll in every elective course offered to third-year students, despite several occurring simultaneously. In ordinary circumstances, such a request would have been gently denied as a practical impossibility. However, Minerva McGonagall, then deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, recognized something extraordinary in her young student's potential. After careful consideration and confidential consultations with both Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and the Department of Magical Education, McGonagall initiated what would become one of the most carefully monitored educational exceptions in Hogwarts history. Picture the scene in Professor McGonagall's office on the evening before classes began, warm firelight casting long shadows across shelves of Transfiguration texts, a silver tin of ginger newts open on the desk, and a visibly nervous 13-year-old witch receiving extraordinary instructions. With characteristic directness, McGonagall presented Hermione with a small, unassuming pendant on a delicate gold chain, a time-turner temporarily released from Ministry custody specifically for her educational use. The conditions attached to this remarkable privilege revealed the seriousness with which the Ministry approached even educational time-turner use. Hermione signed no fewer than 12 different magical agreements, each outlining specific restrictions and responsibilities. She pledged absolute secrecy, committed to using the device exclusively for attending classes, and acknowledged that any deviation would result in immediate confiscation and potential academic consequences. Perhaps most significantly, she agreed to weekly monitoring consultations with Professor McGonagall to assess any potential temporal stress symptoms. What followed was a school year experienced in a manner unique among Hogwarts students. Imagine the extraordinary routine that became Hermione's daily reality, attending Charms class with her fellow Gryffindors, then slipping away to an unused classroom, turning the small golden hourglass precisely one rotation, and experiencing the disorienting sensation of time flowing backward around her. In these moments, she would watch through a carefully positioned window as students crossed the courtyard. In reverse, clouds reassembled rather than dispersed, and even birds flew backward before time resumed its normal flow, allowing her to hurry to a arithmancy class that, from her unique perspective, occurred simultaneously with the charms lesson she had already attended. The logistical complexity of Hermione's temporal schedule required remarkable organization skills beyond those needed by typical students. She maintained multiple sets of class notes carefully labeled with both the date and the temporal iteration, first or second experience of the same hour. Her homework schedule accommodated assignments that, from the perspective of linear time, were sometimes due before they would be assigned in her personal timeline. Most challenging of all, she needed to track her own whereabouts with meticulous precision to avoid the cardinal rule violation of being seen by herself, a situation requiring constant vigilance and occasional quick ducks into alcoves or empty classrooms. The subtle signs of temporal stress manifested gradually throughout the academic year. Fellow students noticed her occasional disorientation when asked what day it was, her startled reactions when seemingly appearing in corridors, and her increasingly exhausted appearance as the year progressed. Living partially outside normal time created what temporal theorists call subjective temporal extension, experiencing more conscious hours than the actual calendar indicated. By the Easter holidays, Hermione had lived approximately 4 additional weeks compared to her classmates, an accumulated difference that took a noticeable physical and mental toll. Professor McGonagall's weekly monitoring sessions became increasingly important as the year progressed. These private conversations held in McGonagall's office over tea and occasional biscuits focused not only on academic progress but on the subtle psychological effects of regular temporal displacement. McGonagall, drawing upon Department of Mysteries research materials provided specifically for this purpose, watched for warning signs including temporal confusion, memory inconsistencies, and the particularly concerning phenomenon of temporal echo perception, briefly seeing after images of oneself from different points in the same time frame. What most distinguished Hermione's time-turner use from previous cases was how thoroughly it integrated into ordinary school life. Unlike ministry researchers who utilize time-turners for specific limited projects, Hermione's experience represented sustained daily use over months, providing invaluable observational data on the long-term effects of regular temporal displacement in young magical individuals. Her occasional difficulties with maintaining temporal continuity, managing physical fatigue from extended subjective days, and navigating the social complexities of being literally in 2 places at once, offered important insights that later informed the ministry's educational time-turner policies. Beyond these practical considerations, Hermione's experience raised profound questions about the relationship between time and education. By literally creating more hours in her day, she challenged fundamental assumptions about learning constraints. Her professors observed with interest how knowledge acquired in one temporal iteration sometimes influenced her performance in classes that, chronologically speaking, she had actually attended earlier. This phenomenon, which educational theorists later termed temporal learning recursion, suggested intriguing possibilities about how temporal displacement might enhance certain types of magical education. The strain of maintaining this extraordinary schedule ultimately led Hermione to make a difficult decision before the conclusion of the academic year. After careful consideration, she chose to withdraw from 2 subjects, divination and Muggle studies, reducing her schedule to a manageable level that no longer required temporal manipulation. This decision, while disappointing from a purely academic perspective, demonstrated remarkable maturity in recognizing the unsustainable nature of her temporal commitments and the importance of maintaining her well-being. The true test of Hermione's time-turner experience, however, came in circumstances entirely unforeseen by the ministry officials who had authorized its educational use. On a summer evening near the conclusion of the school year, extraordinary circumstances led to her utilizing the time-turner for a purpose far beyond attending overlapping classes. While the specific details remain partially classified in official records, authorized educational accounts confirm that this unauthorized use involved saving innocent lives threatened by both human and non-human dangers, including the remarkable rescue of a condemned hippogriff and an unjustly accused wizard. This incident, while technically a violation of her usage agreement, demonstrated what Ministry temporal ethicists later classified as justified exceptional intervention, a case where the preservation of life outweighed procedural restrictions. More significantly, it represented the perfect application of the closed-loop temporal principle, as her actions, while appearing to change established events, actually fulfilled what had already occurred from an external perspective. Her exceptional understanding of time-turner limitations, developed through months of careful educational use, enabled her to navigate this complex situation without creating paradoxes or timeline disruptions. At the academic year's conclusion, Hermione returned the time-turner to Professor McGonagall, who subsequently transferred it back to Ministry custody, with a detailed report on the educational experiment. While the report's full contents remain confidential, educational historians note that no subsequent Hogwarts students received similar temporal accommodation, suggesting that while academically successful, the experience was deemed too demanding for practical implementation in standard magical education. Years later, when asked about her experience during a confidential Ministry debriefing, Hermione reportedly offered this reflection: "Time doesn't actually expand when you revisit it. Your life does. Every hour I relived was still an hour experienced. Another hour of consciousness. Another hour of decisions and responsibilities. The time-turner taught me that what truly matters isn't having more time, but choosing wisely how we use the time we have." As the golden light of this remarkable educational experiment fades into memory, consider this question. If you were granted the ability to experience certain hours of your life twice, which moments would you choose to revisit, and what might this reveal about which experiences you truly value in the precious flow of your own personal timeline? Chapter 8. The Paradoxes and Dangers of Time Travel. In the deepest archives of the Department of Mysteries lie records that few are permitted to read, accounts of temporal magic gone awry, of wizards and witches who ventured too far into time's mysteries and encountered consequences both profound and terrible. As shadows lengthen across our study of time-turners, we must now explore the darker aspects of temporal manipulation, the paradoxes that challenge our understanding of reality, and the dangers that have led the wisest magical minds to approach time travel with such extraordinary caution. The fundamental paradox of wizarding time travel, one that has perplexed magical philosophers for centuries, is known as the causal loop dilemma. Consider this puzzling scenario. A witch uses a time-turner to travel back 3 hours, where she gives herself crucial information that she originally received from her future self. The question that haunts temporal theorists is this: where did the information originate? If each version of the witch learned it from her future self, then the knowledge exists in an endless loop with no point of original creation, a self-contained temporal circuit that seems to violate fundamental magical principles of creation and causality. This seemingly abstract puzzle has practical implications that the Department of Mysteries has documented in concerning detail. In 1788, temporal researcher Bertram Kettleburn attempted to exploit this principle by sending himself complex spell formulations he had not yet developed, hoping to accelerate his magical research. The resulting temporal loop became increasingly unstable with each iteration, as the information degraded slightly with each transmission, like a magical whisper game played across time itself. After his 7th loop, Kettleburn's experimental chamber imploded in what witnesses described as a localized temporal collapse, leaving behind nothing but a perfectly spherical void that remained for 3 days before slowly reintegrating with normal space-time. Even more troubling is the grandfather paradox, the theoretical possibility of a wizard traveling back in time and preventing their own existence, perhaps by inadvertently interfering with their ancestors' lives. While properly functioning time-turners incorporate safeguards against such catastrophic paradoxes, experimental temporal devices have occasionally permitted actions that approach these dangerous boundaries. The case of Thaddeus Thurkel in 1835 stands as a sobering example. After using a modified time-turner to prevent a family dispute, he returned to his present to find himself gradually fading from existence, his body becoming increasingly transparent as the modified timeline reasserted itself. Witnesses to Thurkel's final hours described the horrifying process in detail that remains restricted to Department of Mysteries personnel. His desperate efforts to reverse the effect proved futile, and in his final moments of corporeal existence, he reportedly passed through solid objects before disappearing entirely. The Thurkel incident led directly to the Ministry's Temporal Stability Act of 1835, which established unprecedented restrictions on experimental time research and required all time-turners to incorporate multiple redundant paradox prevention enchantments. Beyond these conceptual paradoxes lie the very real physical dangers that accompany temporal displacement. The human body, both magically and physically, is designed to experience time as a continuous, linear progression. When forcibly removed from this natural flow, the physical form can experience what unspeakables term temporal rejection syndrome, a collection of symptoms that range from mild disorientation to catastrophic biological failure. In its mildest form, temporal rejection manifests as the disorientation and nausea commonly reported by first-time time-turner users, a sensation similar to extreme motion sickness combined with momentary confusion about one's temporal location. Regular users generally develop tolerance to these effects, though some sensitivity typically remains even after extensive experience. More concerning are the documented cases of extended temporal displacement, where wizards spending subjective weeks or months using time turners develop chronic symptoms, including temporal echo perception, seeing brief after images of themselves from other points in their timeline, spontaneous temporal shifts in small objects near them, and in severe cases, cellular aging acceleration. The most extreme cases of temporal rejection remain partially classified, with only sanitized accounts available even to senior ministry officials. These rare incidents typically involve experimental devices or unauthorized modifications to standard time turners that allowed travel beyond established safety parameters. The clinical records describe conditions with clinical names like chronological dissolution and temporal cellular fragmentation, sterile terms that mask horrifying realities, where victims experienced their bodies aging or de-aging rapidly, existing partially in multiple temporal states simultaneously, or in the most severe cases, having their physical forms completely destabilized into temporal particulate matter. Beyond physical dangers, extended time-turner use presents significant psychological risks. The human mind evolved to experience time linearly, with memories forming and consolidating in a specific sequence. When this natural pattern is disrupted through temporal manipulation, distinctive psychological effects emerge that temporal healers have categorized and studied with increasing concern. Temporal dissonance represents the most common psychological effect, characterized by confusion regarding the sequence of experienced events and difficulty integrating memories from multiple timeline experiences. In mild cases, this manifests as momentary confusion, a time-turner user briefly unable to recall whether a conversation has already occurred or is yet to happen from their subjective perspective. In more severe instances, documented cases describe wizards unable to distinguish between events experienced in different temporal iterations, leading to inappropriate responses and increasingly erratic behavior. More troubling is chronological identity fragmentation, a condition first documented in 1923 among Department of Mysteries researchers engaged in extended temporal projects. Affected individuals begin experiencing their different temporal versions as distinct identities, sometimes developing separate mannerisms or preferences for each iteration. In advanced stages, this condition can lead to complete dissociation between temporal selves, with sufferers unable to maintain a coherent sense of continuous identity across their fragmented timeline. Treatment for this condition remains challenging, typically involving extended periods without temporal displacement and specialized memory integration therapy at St. Mungo's Hospital. The social implications of time travel present their own unique dangers. Wizards who regularly use time turners often report increasing isolation from normal social patterns as their subjective experience diverges from those around them. Simple questions like, "How was your day?" become complicated when the answerer has experienced substantially more hours than the questioner realizes. These social complications, while seemingly minor compared to physical dangers, have contributed to documented cases of depression and magical burnout among long-term time turner users. Perhaps most insidious are the moral hazards that accompany the power to manipulate time. The Department of Mysteries maintains confidential case studies of wizards who began with legitimate reasons for time turner use, but gradually succumbed to what temporal ethicists call chronological superiority complex. The belief that their ability to experience and potentially influence multiple timelines grants them authority over others confined to linear time. This psychological pattern often precedes increasingly questionable time turner use, as users begin to view temporal regulations as constraints imposed by those who cannot comprehend their expanded perspective. The incident of Cornelius Gamp in 1871 serves as a particularly instructive example of how these dangers can compound. Gamp, a respected Wizengamot member, granted time turner access for legitimate legislative research, began using the device with strict adherence to protocols. Over months of use, however, his colleagues noticed subtle personality changes, increasing impatience with normal deliberative processes, references to conversations that others had no memory of, and increasingly grandiose claims about his unique insights. When finally confronted by ministry officials, Gamp had allegedly been maintaining 3 separate simultaneous timelines for weeks, using information from each to manipulate political outcomes while experiencing increasing temporal dissociation. Gamp's treatment at St. Mungo's required nearly 2 years of specialized magical therapy to reintegrate his fragmented temporal consciousness. His personal journals from this period, preserved in Department of Mysteries archives, provide chilling insight into the psychological state of someone experiencing profound temporal fragmentation, entries sometimes switching between 3 different perspectives, mid-sentence, expressing confusion about which version of himself was real, and revealing increasing difficulty distinguishing memories from temporal hallucinations. The wizarding community has also documented what temporal researchers call timeline contamination, subtle but significant alterations to the natural flow of events resulting from temporal interference. While properly used time turners create closed temporal loops that preserve timeline integrity, experimental or modified devices have occasionally allowed changes with cascading consequences. The Department of Mysteries maintains a specialized division tasked solely with detecting and addressing such temporal anomalies before they can expand beyond containment. One particularly concerning case occurred in 1962, when experimental temporal research in the Department of Mysteries inadvertently created what researchers termed a temporal echo chamber, a phenomenon where the same 37 seconds repeated continuously within a confined space. Objects placed within this area experienced accelerated aging as they cycled through the repeated time segment thousands of times. More alarmingly, the affected area began gradually expanding until specialized containment charms were developed to isolate and eventually collapse the anomaly. The incident led to the implementation of the temporal containment protocols that remain in effect for all ministry time research to this day. As we close this exploration of time travel's darker aspects, we should acknowledge the sobering reality that not all temporal accidents have been successfully contained or reversed. Within the Department of Mysteries exists a sealed chamber known to only a select few unspeakables, a room where temporal anomalies too dangerous to eliminate but too unstable to study are permanently contained. These remnants of experimental time magic gone awry serve as silent reminders of the profound responsibility that accompanies the power to manipulate one of magic's most fundamental forces. As the shadows grow longer and our contemplation of these temporal dangers deepens, consider this question: if the greatest minds in wizarding history have approached time's mysteries with such extraordinary caution, What wisdom might we find in accepting time's natural flow rather than seeking to bend it to our will? Chapter 9. The Destruction of the Ministry's Time Turner Collection. Twilight settles over our exploration of temporal magic as we turn to one of the most significant events in the modern history of magical artifacts. The night when the Ministry's carefully preserved collection of time turners met its fate. This pivotal moment, which fundamentally altered the landscape of temporal magic in Britain, unfolded during one of the wizarding world's darkest hours. The Department of Mysteries had housed the Time Turner collection for centuries, in a specially designated chamber known to unspeakables as the Time Room. Picture this remarkable space, a high-ceilinged chamber bathed in a shimmer of perpetually shifting light, where time itself seemed to move differently than in the outside world. At its center stood a magnificent crystal bell jar, containing a small hummingbird, eternally cycling between egg, hatchling, adult bird, and back to egg again. A perfect visual representation of time's cyclical nature. Along the walls, elaborate astronomical clocks tracked not only earthly time, but also the movements of stars and planets believed to influence temporal magic. Within this carefully maintained environment, the time turners themselves resided in a specialized cabinet of polished dark wood, inlaid with silver runes, representing stability and containment. Each device rested upon its own velvet cushion within a drawer, enchanted with specific preservation spells tailored to its unique properties. The cabinet's location near the center of the time room was no coincidence. Temporal theorists had calculated this precise position as the point of greatest temporal stability within the Ministry building, where the natural flow of time remained most consistent, despite the powerful magical artifacts nearby. The collection itself represented centuries of careful acquisition and preservation. The majority of devices dated from the golden age of temporal artifice in the 17th century, though several older specimens showcased earlier developmental stages of temporal magic. Each time turner bore a small silver identification tag encoded with its provenance, specific temporal properties, and complete usage history. Together, they constituted not only practical magical tools, but also an irreplaceable historical record of wizarding achievement in one of magic's most challenging disciplines. The events leading to the collection's destruction began unfolding in June 1996, during the culmination of a period that historians now recognize as the opening phase of the Second Wizarding War. The Ministry of Magic, then under the leadership of Minister Cornelius Fudge, had spent the previous year denying mounting evidence of Lord Voldemort's return to power. This political stance created a dangerous vulnerability, as followers of the Dark Lord began positioning themselves for what would eventually become a full takeover of Wizarding Britain's governmental institutions. On the night in question, an extraordinary breach of Ministry security occurred when a group of students from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry entered the Department of Mysteries after hours. While their precise motivations remain subject to historical debate, what is clearly established is that they were soon joined by both Death Eaters, Lord Voldemort's followers, and members of the resistance group known as the Order of the Phoenix. The resulting confrontation transformed the normally quiet, research-focused department into a battlefield of extraordinary magical conflict. Imagine the scene that unfolded in those normally silent halls, spells flashing through darkened rooms designed for quiet contemplation, the crash of breaking experimental apparatus that had taken decades to calibrate, and the shouts of combatants echoing through chambers constructed with magical acoustics, meant for entirely different purposes. The department's specialized defenses, designed primarily to contain magical accidents rather than repel intruders, proved inadequate against the determined assault. As the conflict spread through various chambers, the time room itself became engulfed in the chaos. Witnesses to the event described a moment of terrible beauty when the cabinet containing the time turners was struck by a deflected spell during the heat of combat. The protective enchantments, designed to shield the devices from ordinary magical interference, momentarily flared with golden light as they attempted to neutralize the unexpected assault. For a breath, it seemed the protections might hold, Then, with a sound like 1,000 hourglasses shattering simultaneously, the cabinet's integrity failed. The immediate physical destruction was merely the beginning of what temporal researchers now call the chrono cascade effect. As each time turner shattered, the highly specialized temporal magic contained within its structure released in an uncontrolled manner. Rather than simply dissipating, these temporal energies interacted with each other in increasingly complex patterns, creating localized distortions in the normal flow of time. Objects caught within these distortions exhibited bizarre behaviors, aging centuries in seconds, reverting to previous states, or existing simultaneously in multiple phases of their existence. Most devastatingly, the released temporal energy began affecting the time turners that had not yet been damaged, causing their internal enchantments to activate chaotically. Unspeakable Diana Wimple, who survived the incident, later provided a heavily redacted account describing how time turners began spinning of their own accord, golden lights intersecting and creating interference patterns before they too succumbed to the cascading failure. Within minutes, the entire collection, representing the culmination of centuries of magical research and development, had been reduced to glittering dust permeated with unstable temporal magic. The immediate aftermath presented extraordinary challenges for the Department of Mysteries staff. The time room itself became temporarily uninhabitable as unpredictable temporal effects continued to manifest randomly throughout the space. Objects would suddenly age to dust, or revert to raw materials. Observers reported seeing ghost-like images of the room as it had existed at various points in its history. And most concerning of all, anyone entering the affected area experienced subjective time at unpredictable rates, sometimes aging hours in what felt like seconds or experiencing minutes as days. The containment efforts that followed represented some of the most sophisticated magical work ever undertaken by the Department of Mysteries. A specialized team of unspeakables, working in carefully timed shifts to minimize exposure to the temporal anomalies, systematically mapped the affected areas and developed customized containment spells for each type of distortion. These efforts required extraordinary precision, as conventional magical approaches often proved unpredictable when confronting unbound temporal energy. The complete stabilization process ultimately required nearly 7 months of continuous work, during which the entire department operated at reduced capacity. Beyond the immediate physical and magical consequences, the destruction of the Time Turner collection represented an incalculable loss to wizarding knowledge. While the basic principles of Time Turner construction remained documented in Ministry archives, many of the subtler aspects of their enchantment had been preserved through direct examination of the historical specimens themselves, rather than written records. Certain specialized variants, particularly those created for specific research purposes, had never been fully documented outside of the physical artifacts themselves. This loss of practical examples, combined with the disruption to ongoing temporal research, effectively set the field of temporal magic back by decades in a single night. Perhaps equally significant was the loss of the Ministry's capacity to utilize controlled time travel for practical purposes. The handful of time turners that had been on loan for specific authorized purposes, including the educational exception previously granted to Hogwarts, were recalled and secured following the incident. With the destruction of the main collection and the specialized facilities needed to maintain them, the Ministry found itself without the capability to replace these devices, even had the political will existed to do so. The historical timing of this loss proved particularly consequential, as the wizarding world soon entered the darkest days of the Second Wizarding War. Within a year of the Time Room incident, the Ministry itself would fall to Lord Voldemort's forces. Had the Time Turner collection remained intact, it represents one of the few magical resources that might have provided strategic advantages against the rising darkness. Temporal theorists have debated whether this timing was merely coincidental or represented a deliberately targeted strike against a capability that could have threatened the Dark Lord's plans. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, limited efforts were made to restore the Ministry's temporal magic capabilities. However, the combination of lost knowledge, destroyed facilities, and a new philosophical caution regarding temporal manipulation prevented any significant revival of the program. Official ministry policy shifted toward what temporal historians call the observational approach, focusing on the theoretical study of time rather than practical manipulation. The few surviving time-turners, mostly those that had been stored outside the ministry for research purposes, were decommissioned and preserved as historical artifacts rather than functional devices. This transformation of time-turners from practical magical tools to historical curiosities marked the end of an era in British wizarding society. What had once been considered one of the pinnacle achievements of magical artifice became largely relegated to history books and theoretical discussions among specialized researchers. The everyday use of temporal magic, however limited it had been even before the destruction, faded entirely from contemporary magical practice. As wizarding society rebuilt following the war, this absence of practical temporal magic contributed to broader philosophical shifts regarding humanity's proper relationship with time itself. Educational texts began emphasizing the wisdom of respecting time's natural flow rather than seeking to manipulate it, and ministry publications subtly shifted from describing temporal magic as an achievement to portraying it as a cautionary example of magical overreach. Whether this philosophical evolution represented genuine wisdom or merely practical adaptation to the new reality remains a subject of debate among magical historians. As the echoes of that fateful night fade into history, and the golden dust of those shattered hourglasses settles into the past, consider this question: was the destruction of the time-turners merely a tragic loss of magical knowledge and capability, or perhaps in some greater cosmic balance, a necessary reset of boundaries that wizard kind had ventured beyond too carelessly? Chapter 10. Alternative Methods of Time Magic. Celestial light filters through ancient manuscripts as we turn our attention beyond the familiar golden hourglasses that have occupied our study thus far. While time-turners represent perhaps the most refined and controlled method of temporal manipulation, the wizarding world has explored numerous other approaches to interacting with time's mysterious flow. These alternative methods, some predating time-turners by centuries, others developed as experimental alternatives, offer fascinating glimpses into the diverse ways magical minds have approached one of reality's most fundamental forces. Long before the first time-turners' delicate gears were calibrated, ancient wizarding cultures developed simpler, but nonetheless effective means of temporal observation. Among the oldest recorded methods were chronoscopic pools, specially prepared basins of silvery liquid, similar in appearance to pensieve fluid, but enchanted with temporal rather than memory-focused magic. These pools, particularly popular among Celtic magical traditions, allowed users to observe specific past events connected to a physical object placed within the liquid. Unlike time-turners, these devices permitted only observation, not physical travel, and their temporal reach was limited to events directly connected to the catalyst object. Imagine such a pool nestled within a stone circle on a remote Scottish hillside, tended by wizards draped in ceremonial robes, who carefully maintain its delicate magical balance. The silver surface ripples gently in the moonlight until a small personal item, perhaps a worn leather glove or treasured brooch, is placed upon the liquid. Rather than sinking, the object floats as the pool's surface transforms into a window revealing scenes from the object's past. These glimpses through time lacked the precision of later methods, but offered valuable insights for those skilled in interpreting the fragmentary visions that appeared. Eastern magical traditions developed an entirely different approach through what Japanese wizards called yokai clocks. Intricate constructions of enchanted paper, wood, and specialized magical inks that could temporarily slow or accelerate the passage of time within confined spaces. Rather than allowing travel through time, these devices manipulated time's flow itself, creating areas where minutes might pass as hours or hours compress into moments. The sophisticated runic calculations required to create stable yokai clocks made them extraordinarily rare, typically found only in the most prestigious magical academies or ancient family compounds. The interior spaces of these temporal manipulation zones presented extraordinary experiences to those who entered them. Stepping through an ornate wooden threshold into a room where cherry blossom petals fall so slowly they appear nearly frozen in mid-air, where the light of a single candle might illuminate the space for subjective days, while only hours pass outside, allowing for meditation or complex magical workings that required extended concentration. These spaces contributed significantly to Eastern magical advancement, particularly in disciplines requiring precise observation of slowly developing magical phenomena. In the Mediterranean magical tradition, the hourglass of Alexandria represented perhaps the closest alternative to time-turners developed independently. Created in the Great Magical Library before its destruction, this legendary artifact reportedly allowed limited temporal regression through a complex system of enchanted sand that, when activated with specific incantations, could temporarily reverse the flow of time within a 30-foot radius. Unlike time-turners, this effect extended to all beings within the affected area, eliminating the paradox concerns associated with individual time travel, but severely limiting its practical applications. Historical accounts describe the hourglass as a magnificent creation standing nearly 6 feet tall, its upper and lower bulbs crafted from flawless crystal, while its central column featured intricate gold and silver inlays depicting celestial patterns. The temporal sand within, believed to have been harvested from a hidden desert location, where powerful temporal magic had permanently altered the landscape, shimmered with an internal light that reportedly changed color to indicate various temporal conditions. While the original was lost with the library itself, several partial reconstructions have been attempted throughout history, though none achieved the full capabilities attributed to the original. More recent magical research has explored temporal magic through enchanted astronomical devices. The chronostellar astrolabe, developed by Swiss magical artificers in the late 18th century, represented an attempt to harness celestial influences on temporal flow. These intricate brass and silver instruments, when properly calibrated to specific star positions, allegedly allowed users to experience brief visions of potential futures, though interpretation proved notoriously difficult, as the possible timelines viewed were constantly shifting based on present actions and decisions. A wizard using such an astrolabe would typically work in a specially constructed observatory, where magical interference was minimized. Under the right conditions, specific planetary alignments combined with precisely timed incantations, the device's numerous rotating rings would align to create a specialized magical field, through which temporal perception could extend forward rather than backward. The glimpses obtained were never concrete predictions, but rather probable outcomes with varying degrees of likelihood, leading the renowned seer Cassandra Blavatsky to describe the process as less reliable than true divination, yet more grounded in calculable magical principles. The field of chronomancy, the specialized magical discipline focused on time, has produced several spellwork-based approaches to temporal manipulation that require no external devices. The Tempus Fugit spell family, developed primarily through German magical research in the early 19th century, allows skilled practitioners to create localized alterations in temporal perception. Unlike physical time travel, these spells affect only the subjective experience of time, either extending moments to seem longer or compressing hours to pass in apparent minutes. The practical applications range from extended examination of fast-moving magical phenomena to humane reduction of perceived time during necessary but uncomfortable magical procedures. To witness a master chronomancer at work is to observe magic of exceptional subtlety, with wandwork so precise it appears almost like orchestral conducting. The practitioner weaves complex temporal patterns that shimmer almost invisibly in the air. Those affected by the spell often report a distinctive sensation, a gentle pressure behind the eyes, subtle changes in how sounds are perceived, and a dreamlike quality to movement. The Tempus Fugit family is particularly valued in healing contexts, where it allows healers to extend the critical moments following magical injuries, providing precious additional time for life-saving interventions. Potions research has yielded several significant temporal formulations, though these typically affect perception rather than physical temporal positioning. The draught of temporal clarity, a complex brew requiring ingredients including sand from a naturally occurring time-distorted location, powdered chronos crystal, and the freely given tears of a phoenix, temporarily attunes the drinker's perception to the underlying currents of time itself. Users report experiencing present moments with extraordinary vividness, while simultaneously perceiving echoes of the immediate past and glimpses of the most probable immediate future, an overwhelming experience that even trained wizards typically cannot endure for more than a few minutes. The preparation of such potions requires extraordinary precision. Imagine a master potioneer's workspace during the final stages of brewing, curtains drawn against outside light that might affect the potion's temporal properties, specialized hourglasses, measuring brewing time with magical accuracy, and the brewer themselves working with movements synchronized to specific temporal rhythms. The resulting liquid typically exhibits unusual behavior, flowing with unnatural smoothness, occasionally appearing to move against gravity, or seeming momentarily suspended between states of matter, visual manifestations of its partial disconnection from normal temporal constraints. Experimental research at Audiobook, the prestigious African wizarding school, renowned for its innovations in astronomical magic, produced the stellar chronoscope, a specialized magical telescope that could observe the actual past of celestial objects. Unlike conventional astronomy, which is inherently a study of the past due to light's travel time from distant stars, this magical instrument could deliberately adjust its temporal focus, potentially viewing stars as they appeared centuries or millennia earlier. The complex enchantments involved required extraordinarily precise calibration and could only be maintained for brief periods, but the insights gained revolutionized magical understanding of cosmic influences on terrestrial magic. Students fortunate enough to access this remarkable instrument described the experience as profoundly moving, watching the actual birth of stars that present-day astronomers see only in mature form, observing celestial events long faded from conventional view, and witnessing the dynamic nature of seemingly static constellations. The stellar chronoscope remains in use today for specialized research, its capabilities representing one of the most sophisticated implementations of observational temporal magic. Among the most controversial temporal alternatives were memory crystals developed by unknown artificers during the early 20th century. These rare artifacts, pale blue crystals with distinctive spiral patterns visible in their internal structure, could extract complete temporal experiences from a willing subject's mind and allow another person to relive those moments with perfect fidelity. Unlike pensieve memories, which provide observer perspective, these crystals placed the secondary user directly into the original experience, creating the subjective impression of having traveled to that specific point in the original user's timeline. The ethical implications of these devices sparked significant debate within the magical community. Some argued they represented merely an advanced form of memory sharing, while others contended they constituted genuine temporal displacement of consciousness. The ministry ultimately classified them as restricted temporal artifacts, limiting their use to specific research applications under careful supervision. The few remaining examples are maintained in Department of Mysteries collections, their enchantments studied for insights into the connection between memory, consciousness, and temporal experience. Perhaps the most mysterious alternative approach to temporal magic involves locations where time naturally behaves differently. Scattered through to the world, certain magical sites exhibit permanent temporal anomalies, places where time moves measurably faster or slower than in surrounding areas, where temporal loops create repeating experiences, or where past, present, and future seem to overlay in perceptible ways. These natural phenomena have been studied by generations of temporal researchers, seeking to understand the fundamental principles that might be incorporated into more controlled temporal magic. One such location lies deep within the Amazon rainforest, where a clearing approximately 50 feet in diameter experiences time at roughly one-third the normal rate. Plants growing within this zone, develop in slow motion. Magical creatures adapted to the area age differently than their counterparts outside, and human visitors report subjective experiences lasting 3 times longer than the actual time spent within. No conventional explanation has been established for this phenomenon, though theories range from naturally occurring concentrations of time affecting magical elements to ancient, forgotten enchantments placed by pre-Columbian wizarding civilizations. As we conclude our exploration of these alternative approaches to temporal magic, each representing different cultural traditions and magical philosophies, we might recognize a common thread running through them all: the persistent human desire to understand and interact with time's mysteries. From ancient pools reflecting the past to experimental devices offering glimpses of possible futures, each approach reveals not only magical innovation, but also the values and worldviews of the cultures that developed them. As moonlight illuminates these diverse magical approaches to time's great mystery, consider this question: if the wide variety of temporal magic throughout history reflects different cultural understandings of time itself, how might your own relationship with time, your perception of its passage, its meaning in your life, and your hopes for what it might bring, influence how you would approach its magic if given the opportunity? Chapter 11. Time Turners in Wizarding Culture and Literature. Candlelight flickers across ancient bookshelves as we turn to explore how time turners have captured the wizarding imagination throughout the centuries. Beyond their practical applications and theoretical significance, these remarkable devices have permeated wizarding culture, appearing in literature, art, music, and philosophical discourse that reflects both fascination and apprehension regarding time's mysteries. The earliest literary references to temporal magic devices appear in wizard folktales dating back to the medieval period, long before the development of actual time turners. The Sorcerer's Hourglass, a tale recorded in various forms across magical communities in 12th century Europe, tells of a humble village wizard who discovers an enchanted hourglass that allows him to revisit moments from his past. In the most common version, the wizard initially uses this power to correct mistakes and avoid personal misfortunes, only to discover that each change creates unforeseen consequences more troubling than the original problems. The tale concludes with the wizard deliberately breaking the hourglass, having learned that wisdom comes not from undoing life's lessons, but from carrying their teachings forward. This moral, that temporal power requires restraint rather than indulgence, established a thematic tradition that would influence wizarding literature for centuries to come. Even as actual time turners emerged centuries later, these early cautionary tales remained influential, suggesting that wizarding culture recognized the philosophical complexities of temporal manipulation long before developing the magical means to achieve it. By the early Renaissance period, as temporal magic research advanced toward what would eventually become functional time turners, magical poetry began exploring the philosophical implications of time travel. The renowned magical poet, Althea Montrose, penned what remains the most celebrated literary work addressing temporal magic, Hourglasses of Eternity, a 7-part lyrical cycle exploring different aspects of humanity's relationship with time. The third sonnet, The Traveler's Paradox, directly confronts the circular nature of causality in time travel. What hand first turns the glass that turns the hand? What eye first sees the sight that it creates? The wizard stands where once he chose to stand, fulfilling destinies he now awaits. These verses, written centuries before modern temporal theory established the closed-loop principle, demonstrate remarkable philosophical insight into the paradoxical nature of temporal causality. Montrose's complete cycle explores broader themes, including the moral weight of observing history without intervention, the relationship between memory and temporal experience, and ultimately, the human desire for temporal transcendence despite its inherent impossibility. As actual time turners became established magical artifacts during the 17th century, fictional depictions in wizarding literature evolved from purely speculative to more technically informed narratives. Wizard playwright Oswald Beamish produced The Clockmaker's Dilemma in 1659, the first theatrical work to feature a recognizable time-turner device in its central plot. The play follows a magical artificer who creates increasingly perfect temporal devices, while his personal life crumbles around him, a none too subtle metaphor for the potential costs of obsession with controlling time. Contemporary accounts describe the original production's remarkable staging, which included a specially commissioned magical effect that allowed the central character to appear simultaneously in multiple locations on stage during key scenes. This theatrical innovation proved so disorienting to audiences that several wizards reportedly left performances believing they had experienced actual temporal displacement, leading to the ministry's first regulations regarding depictions of temporal magic in public entertainments. In more recent centuries, time-turners transitioned from mysterious magical artifacts to recognizable cultural symbols within wizarding society. The golden hourglass encased in its rotating rings became a visual shorthand for concepts including opportunity, responsibility, and the consequences of choice. This symbolic usage appears prominently in the work of wizarding portrait artist Cornelius Fleming, whose series Momentary Eternities depicted influential magical figures each holding or contemplating a time-turner, emphasizing how their decisions shaped not just their own lives, but the broader flow of wizarding history. Perhaps the most culturally significant literary treatment of time-turners appears in Bathilda Bagshot's historical novel The Witness, published in 1891. Unlike previous fictional approaches that emphasized the potential for changing or influencing past events, Bagshot's narrative embraces the closed-loop theory of temporal travel. Her protagonist, a young ministry researcher granted temporary access to a time-turner, observes various historical events, only to gradually realize that her presence was always part of these moments. Her observations change nothing but complete what was always meant to occur. Bagshot's novel proved particularly influential because it balanced technical accuracy regarding known time-turner properties with profound philosophical questions about free will and determinism. The scene where the protagonist observes her own birth, realizing that an unexplained figure noted in family stories was actually her future self, continues to be referenced in contemporary magical philosophical discussions about temporal predestination. The novel's central question, if all moments exist simultaneously from time's perspective, is our experience of choice merely an illusion, remains as provocative to modern wizarding philosophers as it was to readers a century ago. Time-turners also found their way into wizarding children's literature, typically in highly simplified forms that emphasized moral lessons over temporal accuracy. The popular Tales of Tilion Timekeeper series, first published in the 1920s and continuing with new installments today, follows the adventures of a young witch who discovers a family heirloom time-turner in her grandmother's attic. While these stories take significant creative liberties with time-turner capabilities, they consistently emphasize responsible temporal ethics through Tilion's adventures. The series has introduced generations of young witches and wizards to concepts like temporal consistency and paradox avoidance through entertaining narratives rather than technical explanations. Beyond formal literature, time-turners feature prominently in wizarding folklore and urban legends. Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries have long been rumored to utilize time-turners for everything from preventing magical catastrophes to ensuring they never miss tea time. These stories typically exaggerate both the capabilities of the devices and the department's willingness to employ them, reflecting the general wizarding public's simultaneous fascination with and misunderstanding of temporal magic's true nature and limitations. One particularly persistent urban legend claims that certain unspeakables learn to recognize their own future selves through subtle signals, allowing for complex temporal coordination without explicit communication. While no credible evidence supports these rumors, they have appeared consistently throughout recent wizarding history, typically elaborating further with each retelling. These narratives reveal the enduring place time-turners hold in the wizarding imagination, objects of wonder that represent both the extraordinary potential and inherent mystery of magical capability. In wizarding musical traditions, time-turners have inspired compositions ranging from complex theoretical works to popular dance tunes. The experimental composer Musadora Meadows created Temporal Variations, a piece for enchanted self-playing instruments, in which different sections of the orchestra literally play in different time frames, creating harmonies that could not exist if all instruments remained in the same temporal flow. Audiences describe the experience as hauntingly beautiful and mildly nauseating, sometimes simultaneously. At the more accessible end of the musical spectrum, the wizarding wireless hit Turn Back, Just 1 Hour, by the Hobgoblins, became an unlikely success in 1985, despite, or perhaps because of its questionable portrayal of time-turner capabilities. The chorus's suggestion that temporal magic could be used to make sure that perfect moment lasts forever represented exactly the kind of temporal manipulation that actual time-turner enchantments specifically prevent, but the romantic sentiment resonated with listeners, regardless of its technical inaccuracy. Time-turners have also featured prominently in wizarding philosophical discourse, particularly in discussions regarding the nature of reality, determinism, and free will. The influential magical philosopher Adalbert Waffling dedicated an entire chapter to temporal ethics in his seminal work, Magical Philosophy in the Modern Age, arguing that the constraints placed on time-turners by their very enchantments reveal fundamental truths about the universe, specifically, that reality exhibits what he termed causal consistency enforcement, a natural resistance to paradox that maintains temporal coherence. Waffling's contemporary and occasional intellectual adversary, Heliotrope Wilkins, countered with her theory of temporal malleability within established parameters, suggesting that time appears fixed only because wizards have not yet discovered the proper magical approach to genuine timeline alteration. Her theoretical work, while never practically implemented due to ministry restrictions, proposed that conventional time-turners operate under artificial limitations rather than natural ones, a provocative position that continues to inspire debate in specialized magical philosophy circles. In contemporary wizarding society, particularly following the destruction of the ministry's time-turner collection, these devices have increasingly transitioned from practical magical tools to cultural symbols and philosophical touchstones. Modern wizarding literature often employs time-turners as metaphors rather than literal plot devices, representing opportunities lost, second chances desired but unattainable, or the human wish to revisit pivotal moments with the wisdom of hindsight. The award-winning wizarding novel, Sand Through the Fingers by Sophronia Fairweather, published in 2002, never features an actual time-turner, yet uses the imagery of golden sand and hourglasses throughout to explore its protagonist's struggle with regret over past decisions. The central character, a former ministry employee who once had legitimate access to temporal magic but chose never to use it, reflects on whether true wisdom lies in accepting life's progression as it unfolds rather than seeking to optimize it through manipulation. The novel's critical acclaim suggests this philosophical perspective resonates deeply with the modern wizarding consciousness. Even in casual conversation, time-turner references have entered wizarding vernacular as expressions and idioms that reflect their cultural significance. Phrases like, "I'd need a time-turner to manage that schedule," or "not even with a time-turner could I fix that mistake," pepper everyday wizarding conversation, employed even by those who have never seen an actual temporal device. These linguistic patterns demonstrate how thoroughly these rare magical artifacts have permeated collective wizarding consciousness, becoming shorthand for concepts far beyond their literal function. Perhaps most tellingly, in the years since the Department of Mysteries incident that destroyed the main time-turner collection, wizarding cultural references have increasingly shifted from viewing temporal magic as an achievement to treating it as a cautionary lesson. Recent educational texts, popular literature, and even children's stories have subtly repositioned time-turners as examples of magical ambition potentially overreaching wisdom, powerful tools that wizard kind might be better off having lost. even as their wonder continues to capture the imagination. This cultural evolution reflects a broader pattern observable throughout wizarding history. As each generation encounters the concept of temporal magic, they reshape its meaning to reflect their own relationship with time, choice, and consequence. From medieval folktales warning against meddling with fate to contemporary novels exploring temporal magic as philosophical metaphor, the cultural journey of time-turners mirrors our evolving understanding of our place within time's flow. As the pages turn on our exploration of time-turners in wizarding culture and literature, consider this question: what is our enduring fascination with controlling time, expressed through centuries of stories, songs, and philosophical inquiry, reveal about our deepest hopes and fears regarding our own temporal existence? Chapter 12. The Ethics and Philosophy of Magical Time Travel. As the embers glow softly in the hearth, and our exploration of time-turners draws to its conclusion, we turn our attention to perhaps the most profound dimension of temporal magic, the complex ethical questions and philosophical implications that arise when wizardkind gains the ability to step outside time's normal flow. Beyond the practical mechanics and historical significance of these devices lies a realm of deeper inquiry that has engaged the greatest magical minds across generations. The fundamental philosophical question raised by time-turners concerns the nature of time itself. Is time truly linear, flowing in one direction like a river, or might it be more accurately conceived as a vast ocean where all moments exist simultaneously? The closed-loop functionality of time-turners, where actions taken in the past have always been part of the original timeline, suggests what temporal philosophers call eternalism, the view that past, present, and future all exist with equal reality. This stands in sharp contrast to the presentist view that only the current moment truly exists, with past and future being merely conceptual. The renowned magical philosopher Adalbert Waffling explored this tension in his influential treatise, Temporal Reality and Magical Perception, arguing that time-turners reveal a fundamental truth about existence that contradicts our subjective experience of time's flow. The wizard with a time-turner, he wrote, experiences directly what the rest of us know, only through reason, that the distinction between now and then is ultimately illusory, a product of our limited perception rather than an absolute feature of reality itself. This philosophical position raises profound questions about free will and determinism that have troubled wizarding ethicists since time-turners first became viable magical tools. If the future already exists in some sense, predetermined enough that temporal magic cannot fundamentally alter established events, what meaning can we assign to our apparent choices? The closed temporal loops created by time-turners suggest a universe where causality operates not in simple linear sequences, but in complex circular patterns, where effect might precede cause from certain perspectives. Heliotrope Wilkins, in her controversial work, Beyond the Hourglass, proposed what came to be known as compatible determinism, the theory that genuine choice remains possible even within fixed temporal loops. She argued that a witch traveling back in time makes authentic choices even if those choices fulfill rather than alter established events. The temporal traveler chooses freely, Wilkins contended, even if from a broader perspective, we can see that their choice was always part of the tapestry of time. The subjective experience of decision-making remains intact even as the objective outcome appears predetermined. This theoretical framework addressed what temporal ethicists call the responsibility paradox, the question of moral accountability within closed causal loops. If a wizard using a time-turner performs actions that were always going to occur, can they be held ethically responsible for those actions? The consensus among wizarding ethicists has generally affirmed that moral responsibility remains intact despite temporal predestination, as the subjective experience of choice constitutes the foundation of ethical judgment regardless of broader temporal contexts. Practical ethical guidelines for time-turner use evolved alongside these philosophical debates. The Ministry of Magic's Temporal Ethics Framework, established in 1692, and refined numerous times in subsequent centuries, codified principles for responsible temporal magic that reflected both practical safety concerns and deeper moral considerations. At its core, this framework established what came to be known as the minimal intervention principle, the ethical mandate to interact with the past only to the minimum extent necessary to fulfill the authorized purpose. This principle acknowledged an inherent moral asymmetry in temporal magic, while time-turner constraints prevented users from making changes that would create paradoxes. This technical limitation did not eliminate the ethical responsibility to approach temporal displacement with appropriate caution and respect. Even actions that preserve timeline consistency could potentially cause harm or suffering if undertaken carelessly. The framework's emphasis on minimal intervention reflected not just practical caution, but deeper reverence for the integrity of temporal experience itself. Beyond these formal guidelines, Wizarding Society developed what temporal anthropologists call temporal etiquette, informal but widely recognized norms governing appropriate behavior when utilizing time-turners. These unwritten rules included practices like avoiding unnecessary conversation when in the past, maintaining physical distance from one's past self beyond what was strictly necessary to avoid paradox, and refraining from revealing future knowledge to others even when such revelations would not technically alter the timeline. These customs reflected an intuitive moral sense that temporal manipulation deserved particular restraint beyond mere adherence to technical limitations. The ethical dimension of temporal observation raised particularly nuanced questions. If a witch used a time-turner solely to witness past events without intervention, did this raise any moral concerns? Some magical ethicists argued that observation itself constituted a form of intervention, as the mere presence of a temporal traveler altered the context of the observed events, potentially affecting their significance even if not their occurrence. Others countered that respectful observation represented one of the most appropriate uses of temporal magic, allowing for the preservation of historical knowledge without risking timeline disruption. This debate became particularly pointed regarding painful or tragic historical events. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintained strict prohibitions against time-turner observation of certain historical tragedies, based not on temporal safety concerns, but on the ethical principle that some moments of suffering deserved privacy rather than observation, regardless of the observer's intentions. This policy reflected what temporal ethicist Artemisia Lufkin called the dignity of temporal integrity, the principle that each moment deserves to unfold with its original meaning and context intact, without becoming a spectacle for future observers. The ethics of temporal knowledge presented another significant area of philosophical inquiry. When a wizard gained information through temporal displacement, what responsibilities accompanied that knowledge? If someone learned through a time-turner that a negative event would occur, but temporal constraints prevented its prevention, did they have any moral obligation regarding that information? Various ethical frameworks emerged, addressing these questions, typically emphasizing judicious use of such knowledge to mitigate harm where possible, while respecting temporal consistency. One particularly influential approach, developed by the 19th century temporal ethicist Perpetua Fancourt, proposed what she termed consequential compassion, the principle that knowledge gained through temporal magic carried special ethical weight precisely because it could not be used to prevent the events themselves. Fancourt argued that such knowledge created obligations to respond with appropriate care and support to those affected by inevitable negative events, writing that when magic reveals what must happen but cannot be changed, it simultaneously reveals who will need compassion in the aftermath. The relationship between temporal magic and divination raised particularly complex philosophical questions. Both disciplines involved knowledge of events outside normal temporal perception, yet they operated on fundamentally different principles. While divination dealt with probable futures that remained contingent and potentially alterable, time-turner experiences involved definite pasts that, from certain perspectives, had already included the time traveler's presence. This distinction formed the basis for what magical theorists called the certainty differential, the key philosophical difference between knowing what might occur and experiencing what has, in some sense, already occurred. The Temporal Ethics curriculum at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a specialized component of advanced magical theory available to certain new T-level students, approached these philosophical questions through practical case studies rather than pure theory. Students analyzed historical instances of time-turner use, examining not just whether the actions taken maintained temporal consistency, but whether they reflected appropriate ethical consideration. This educational approach acknowledged that temporal ethics involved not just abstract principles, but the practical wisdom to apply those principles in complex situations where multiple values might come into tension. Beyond these formal philosophical inquiries, everyday witches and wizards developed their own intuitive ethical approaches to the concept of temporal magic. Popular wisdom, often expressed through sayings like "time respects those who respect it," reflected a general cultural sense that temporal manipulation required particular moral care. The widespread popularity of fictional works emphasizing the unforeseen consequences of cavalier time travel, discussed in our previous chapter, further demonstrated how deeply these ethical intuitions penetrated wizarding cultural consciousness. Among the most profound philosophical questions raised by time-turners was what temporal theorists called the ultimate observation problem, the implications of being able to potentially witness the beginning or end of all things. While standard ministry time-turners incorporated strict limitations preventing travel beyond a few hours, theoretical models suggested that sufficiently advanced temporal magic might enable observation of events at the very boundaries of time itself. This possibility raised questions that transcended ordinary magical ethics, touching on the deepest metaphysical and theological dimensions of wizarding philosophical thought. The temporal philosopher Saul Croker, whom we encountered in an earlier chapter, addressed this question in his final scholarly work, Boundaries of the Possible. He argued that certain temporal limitations might represent not merely technical constraints, but fundamental boundaries in the nature of reality itself, aspects of existence that magic could approach but never fully transcend. His conclusion that some mysteries are not meant to be directly witnessed, but rather contemplated from our specific place within time's flow, continues to influence wizarding approaches to the ultimate limits of temporal magic. In our modern era, following the destruction of the Ministry's Time-Turner collection, these philosophical questions have evolved from practical ethical guidelines to more abstract thought experiments. Contemporary magical philosophers continue to debate the implications of temporal magic, even as actual time-turner use has become historically distant. This ongoing inquiry suggests that the deepest questions raised by these devices transcend their physical existence, touching on fundamental aspects of how we understand reality, causality, and moral responsibility. The renowned contemporary philosopher Penelope Clearwater, in her recent work Time Without Turners, argues that the lessons of temporal magic remain relevant even in their absence. The time-turner's most important gift to wizard kind, she writes, was not the brief ability to revisit hours already lived, but the enduring philosophical insight that linear time is only one way of understanding our existence. Even without golden hourglasses around our necks, we can approach life with the temporal traveler's perspective, seeing each moment as simultaneously fleeting and eternal, unique and interconnected with all others. As we conclude our extended exploration of time-turners, their creation and design, their magical properties, their historical significance, and their cultural impact, we might recognize that these remarkable devices represent far more than merely clever magical artifice. They embody a profound engagement with one of existence's most fundamental mysteries, revealing both the extraordinary capabilities of magical innovation and the wisdom of approaching such power with appropriate reverence and restraint. As the final grains of sand fall through our metaphorical hourglass, consider this question: if time itself is ultimately beyond our control despite our most sophisticated magical attempts to manipulate it, what wisdom might we find in approaching each moment, not as something to be optimized or revisited, but as a singular experience to be fully present within, an irreplaceable gift that exists precisely because it cannot be indefinitely possessed or perfectly controlled.